Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Welcome everyone on a perfect night for football with the floodlights beaming down. I'm Derek Ray, getting ready to bring you all the action, accompanied by my broadcasting partner, Stuart Robson. And we can't wait for this one to start with justifiable cause. It is Rapid Vienna up against Real Betis.
Yes, thanks as always, Derek. We've got two good teams here, so I'm anticipating a really good game. The atmosphere is electric inside the stadium before kick-off, and hopefully we're not disappointed.
And the lineup for the home side.
Well, they're going to set up as a 4-4-2, which means the front two will need to be clever with their combination play, dynamic with their movement, and energetic with their closing down. I'm looking forward to seeing them play here today.
Well, a classic example of how to intercept. And here's the starting 11 for Real Betis.
Well, on paper it looks a rigid 4-4-2, but watch out for the rotation of the wide players and the forward runs from the central midfield players. They could be a handful today.
Marc Roca. Well, great read there to intercept. Always difficult to predict in advance who might decide a game, but you could make a strong case for this man, I think, Stuart. What are you expecting to see from him?
Well, while he's a very good player, his biggest attribute is his shooting from set plays. He really does pose a threat with his free kicks.
Awa. That's a good-looking shot. Crossing opportunity. The referee has given a corner. Let's see about the delivery. Well, fantastic reflex action from the goalkeeper. Now in a more than decent position. Fine cross into the middle. And in the end, no damage done. Anthony. Dangerous looking attack. And that's an important intervention. That's a routine take. Seidel. And Betis did well to regain possession. Bakambu. Theme emerging of wasted possession. And he takes it on! Well, the goalkeeper managed to make the save without much difficulty in the end. And support available. Matthias Seidel. Dion Drena Bello. Well, he stopped them just when they looked menacing. Well, very effective play in possession. Could play it in. Has someone to play it to. Well, the keeper reacted magnificently. Betis with the ball again. Could take the lead. And a goal! That will do it. They've been pushing for it. And now they've been rewarded. Bendegus Bola. Marc Roca. Can they trouble the opposition this time? Extremely sloppy in possession. And playing it through. And able to get a body in the way. Real chance. Nicely blocked. Well, a corner kick it is. Let's see if they can put this to good use as they try to... And a goal! They're going to take some stopping now. Two in front here. So underway once more. 2-0 the lead here. Auer. And Jansson with it. Well, nearing the half-time interval, and suffice it to say, they're not making great use of home advantage. Stuart, your assessment?
I have to say, Derek, they haven't played well. They've been slow in possession, they've been poor defensively, and they've lacked a cutting edge.
And denied by the post. Well, it looked as though it might be problematic for the keeper and the defenders, but they've got away with it.
Well, he eventually clutches the ball, but they've got lucky here. That really looked like being a goal, didn't it?
Just the challenge that was required. Anthony. Marc Roca. That's how to dispossess your opponent. Anthony. And so it is, the first half story. Well, as they get the ball rolling again, interesting to see how the second half pans out. Ruibal. On the ball, Marc Roca. Now they've lost it. Deciding to go inside. And the referee says penalty. An opportunity for 3-0. And that is when you need your goalkeeper.
This has been a top-class display today. Just look how many chances they've created. And if they want to, they could score a hatful of goals here.
And it's played into the centre. Can he compose himself? What a classy goal! And make no mistake, there aren't many in the game who would have the confidence to even try it. Llorente. Aitor Ruibal. And a tidy tackle. Seidel. We're getting the ball forward. Schaub. And take it away. And out of play for what will be a Betis throw. Giving it away. Well, we have 30 minutes to go. This looks more than decent. Well, it's great when you can rely on your keeper. Well, they've won themselves a corner and a chance perhaps to add an additional goal for security. Good piece of defending. Well, the play just breaking down a bit here. And space to cross it. It should be. Well, it's all going so swimmingly for them here. Another goal, and now it's a matter of avoiding any silly mistakes. Matthias Seidel. And Schaub on the ball. Dion Bello. Oh, that's splendid play. Chance here. Oh, a nearly moment, but not quite good enough.
Well, you certainly can't fault them for effort. They keep applying the pressure, and if they can just nick one, they're right back in this.
Really good challenge. Will it happen for them? Trying his luck from long range. And I think, unfortunately for him, the less said about that attempt, the better.
Well, he had a lot of options there, but he's chosen the wrong one. That was a poor effort.
A super tackle, and they've won possession. I must say, this looks promising. Oh, nice ball. And the danger cleared. Well, just over the crossbar. Excellent effort. Schaub. Well, couldn't quite find his teammate. Well, that ball looks promising. How about the cross? He'll take this on. And in it goes. They're getting closer. They're not finished yet. Ruibal. Timed his challenge magnificently. Bola. Louis Schaub. Chasing this game. Desperate for a leveller. Could be. What late excitement. And the match is level. Anthony. On the ball, Marc Roca. Anthony. So 1 minute of stoppage time. That's what the officials have said. The emphasis very much on attack. Cross fired over. Well, able to survive that attacking push. And there's the... Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Stay tuned for the live action. Well, just the sort of weather the fans were hoping for this evening. It's absolutely ideal. I'm Derek Ray in the commentary position, and alongside me is the former Arsenal and West Ham midfield player Stuart Robson. And no question, this ought to be a game that gets pulses racing. It is Rapid Vienna, and they face Panathinaikos.
Thanks, Derek. Well, both managers will be reminding their players of starting the game quickly, hitting the opposition back, playing the ball forward and regaining possession as quickly as possible. Hopefully we get a really good game here.
And getting the ball forward. And he drills it in. Can he put it away? And a goal! They start as they mean to continue. They make the opening statement. Inason. Maksimovic has it. Tete. And he went strongly into the challenge, and the result is a throw-in. Azzedine Ounahi. Mladenovic. Maksimovic has it. Patient build-up at the moment. Now he must favour the cross. Will it be? Oh, surely. Well, a nearly moment. Just over the top. Auer. Zaidel. It might be on for them. Intercepting it intelligently. And a goal! He's put it away! A celebratory moment! Bart's Henkeveld. And winning it back. Auer. And flag raised, offside.
Well, that was always going to be offside. He just needed to hold on to the ball that little bit longer.
Nemanja Maksimovic. Very effective pass. And the keeper's hand does the trick. Dion Drena Bello. Oh, that's a fine-looking pass. Zaidel. Is it going to be? And intercepted it. And you need your defender to take charge. Bola. And nicely struck. Well, it takes confidence to try your luck from that sort of distance.
Well, I have to say, that was a really good effort. He struck it so cleanly.
Fotis Ioannidis. He's in position. And straight at the goalkeeper then. A really single-minded piece of defending to make sure nothing untoward happened. Could be troublesome. Matthias Zaidel. Very quick thinking there. Could be dangerous. And with that, the attack fizzles out. Auer. Support available. Clearance needed to be better. Danger averted for now. Oh, danger here. Could reduce the deficit. Oh, marvellous save. Great goalkeeping. Released it nicely. Losing possession here. Now a decent position. Could be. Well, given the position he found himself in, he really should be testing the keeper. Superb opportunity squandered. Azzedine Ounahi. Filip Djuricic. Given away again. Well, full marks for trying, but he couldn't quite get it on the target. Delivering it into the box. Pressing like that will help the cause. Kotis Ioannidis. Oh, good-looking run. Surely, in it goes to reduce the deficit. Still very much alive and kicking. So the two teams have switched around, and the second half is underway. Louis Schaub. Seidel. Bendegus Bola. It did look on for them, but not to be. Now he must favour the cross. And nothing comes of the attack when all is said and done. Another good tackle. Dangerous looking attack. A fine block. Azzedine Ounahi. Ioannidis. Not smooth in possession. Oh, nice ball. Ounahi. You certainly have got to give this man high marks for his work up to this point, Stuart.
Yeah, he's done okay in that first half. He's had a lot of the ball, he's used it well, and he's been energetic. But unfortunately, that can't be said about the rest of the team, who need to improve if they're going to turn this around.
And defensive play to be applauded. And so 30 minutes left for play in this one. And a fine stop to turn the ball away. And this might not be the ideal situation for them. Will it be? And a goal! My goodness, they've changed the course of this game. Level now. Louis Schaub. Bendegus Bola. And Schaub on the ball. Just trying to keep their opponents on their toes with the passing game. Louis Schaub. Bola. Really fine piece of defending play to break it up. Fotis Ioannidis. Good idea. Well, it looked like it might lead to something very positive indeed, but a useful interception. That's a good-looking pass. That's excellent defending following the cross. Mladenovic. Now the attack fizzled out. What can he do with it now? Zaidel. Can they forge ahead? Might still be able to do a bit of damage. In it goes! At the second time of asking, and the keeper feels hung out to dry. Schenkeveld. Ingerson. 15 minutes left for play. Nemanja Maksimovic. No advantage with them. Referee says play on. Filip Juricic. Will he play it in? Looking for a teammate. Chance to finish. No problems for the keeper. Bola. Well, they've lost possession of the ball. Now, who can he play it to? Real chance. And effectively parried away by the keeper. Really being closed down. Teammate and support. And the ball is loose. A chance to whip it in. Oh, this looks useful. And Jansson with it. Brilliant save. In a decent position now. And back to Niklas Hedel. Well, the electronic board showing 1 additional minute. And Jansson with it. And showing the importance of wind. What a block! And that will be all for this game. A game that appears highly likely to deliver in every way. Two very able teams ready for a top-class confrontation. And no one is taking anything for granted on this huge occasion. Welcome everyone on provide expert analysis is Stuart Robson. And without doubt a match with the potential to bring genuine excitement. It is Rapid Vienna facing Fiorentina.
Well, Derek, we can talk about coaches and their methods, but it's now down to the players. Which ones are going to stand out, who will affect the game, and who will have the greater desire? It should be a cracking game, though.
Definitely look as though they want to make this move count. And this is how the hosts will begin the game today.
Well, they're going to set up as a 4-4-2, which means the front two will need to be clever with their combination play, dynamic with their movement and energetic with their closing down. I'm looking forward to seeing them play here today.
Really good block. And a look at the lineup for Fiorentina.
Well, on paper, it looks a rigid 4-4-2, but watch out for the rotation of the wide players and the forward runs from the central midfield players. They could be a handful today.
And space here on the flank. But timely defending when it mattered. This looks promising out wide, and it's played into the centre. Well, he gave it real leather, but miles off target. Bendegus Bola. Schaub. Superb block on the back of the ball from the flank. And passing it through. Is it going to be? Oh, brilliant goalkeeping. That's effective pressure high up the pitch. Auer. And he read it well, intercepting it. Plenty of support here. What a magnificent pass. Well, that has been deemed offside, Stuart.
Well, he took too long to get the pass away. It's as simple as that.
Fine cross into the middle. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. This is looking threatening. Teammate available. Might take the lead. Well, that's how to do it inside your own penalty area. Gozens. Well, possession ceded by Fiorentina. Now sliding in field. And he's made the run. And there it is! 1-0. Their efforts have been rewarded. And look at the celebrations. Auer. The referee spotted the little nick on the way through, so a throw-in coming up. Read that pass all the way, cutting it out. Dodo. And he has options available. He read the situation defensively and did his job. It is a decent-looking attack here. It's a perfect challenge. The decision indication offside here. Gozens. Now, let's see what they can do here. Great opportunity. Oh, a superb save. Dion Bello. Will it happen for them? Oh, it's a terrific challenge. Gozens. Rolando Mandragora. Well, he was in the right place to intercept. They're not cherishing the ball the way they usually do. Very effective pass. Real chance. And a goal! Cause for celebrations again. 2 in front. Pongracic. And the whistle is sounded for... Away they go again. Second half is underway here. Bola. Matthias Seidel. And Schaub on the ball. Excellent defending. Beltran. Here's Keane. Ranieri. And Keane. At times they make passing look easy. Splendid defending, and it needed to be. Giving the ball away. Marvellous defending. That's a lovely ball. Magnificent defending. Superb effort to keep it in. Dion Bello. And a foul in the opinion of the referee. Now, what can they do from this free kick situation? A free kick, and the keeper took it cleanly. Dodo. Here's Keane. And unfortunately for him, he had worked his way into an offside position.
And I think everybody in the ground could see that was always going to be offside.
Bola. Just cutting off the supply. Nice looking pass. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Matthias Seidel. Well, that's a fine-looking pass. Sound piece of defending. Really good challenge. Oh, nice ball over the top. Oh, good defending to stop a decent-looking attack. And Jansson with it. Oh, danger here. An alert piece of defending.
Well, as you can hear, the fans think that should have been a penalty, but I'm not convinced.
Ranieri. Into the final 20 minutes. Oh, stylish ball. What can they do now? And both hands on it. Good goalkeeping. Bendegus Bola. Well, that's good defending. Well organised at the back. Moise Keane. The cross is on. And very deftly cut out. Well, maybe a good position from which to counter. Wasteful from Fiorentina. Oh, a tremendous block. Well, dealt with that ball comfortably. Beltran. Quick ball into the area. And the quality of pass needs to be a bit better. Belio. Could be threatening. They've got themselves back into it. A lifeline in this game. And this could be a dramatic finale. Well, nothing like annoying your opponents when you have such an effective passing game. Beltran. Dodo. Danilo Cataldi with it. Dodo. Luca Ranieri. And on the back of that particular challenge, will the referee let the matter rest there? Tremendously strong in the tackle. And showing the importance of width. And space to cross it. Well, the electronic board showing 1 additional minute. And there it is, the final whistle. Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been built. Welcome to the Estadio Benito Villamarin, where the action will soon get underway. I'm Derek Ray, positioned here on the commentary gantry, and alongside me at the microphone is Stuart Robson. And everyone here on tenterhooks, you'd have to say with good reason. It's Real Betis up against Rapid Vienna.
Well, it doesn't matter how good your players are or what formation they're playing in, you have to earn the right to play. And I'm sure that would have been reiterated by both managers in the dressing room. It promises to be a really good game here.
Tenacious tackling, excellent defending there. Anthony. Bakombu. Awa. Well, spot on with that challenge. Plenty of forward momentum here, but can they produce? Oh, managing to beat him. The save was a good one. Well, who will be the player to decide the outcome, to determine the course of events? No reason at all why it won't be this man, Stuart. What do you anticipate seeing from him?
Well, he's the creative spark for this team. He can drift past defenders, he can pick a pass, and he's got that pace off the mark. And I'm sure we're going to see that again today.
Trying to open up the defence, but ably intercepted when it looked as though they might be in. Schaub. Could be dangerous. Has eyes for goal, and a goal! That will do it. They've been pushing for it, and now they've been rewarded. Ruibal. Betis unable to hang on to it. Seidel. Schaub. Oh dear. Well, that's not one that's going to linger long in the memory.
Well, he had a go there. Nothing wrong with that. But he's got that all wrong.
Well, couldn't quite find his teammate. Louis Schaub. Schaub. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. He has teammates around him. Ruibal. Well, the defending needed to be a bit more switched on than that. No way through. Still trailing, but they're upping the pressure. They've regained possession. Well, it's a good-looking position. Is there a goal in the future? But really sticking to the task defensively. And the referee blows for a foul. A very good tackle. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Anthony. Well, it's a poor tackle. This could be the equaliser. But oh, what an important save. How about that?
Well, at least he hit the target, but he should really beat the keeper from there. They should be level now.
Couldn't keep the ball. And across the touchline, so a throw in here. Schaub. Delightful pass. And the flag raised. Offside it is. Read that pass all the way, cutting it out. Takes it on. Well, that's how to hit them. Not quite accurate enough, though. So nearly at half-time, and the home side trailing, albeit not by much. Stuart, your thoughts up to this point?
Well, they've not had quite enough purpose to their attacking play so far. It's all been a bit too predictable. But in the second half, if they can get more support to their strike...
Real chance! Oh, that is a majestic goal! Falling home with precision and style. Superbly done! And Hedel has it now. Well, there it is, half-time, and that... So the two teams have switched around, and the second half is underway. Jansson. Seidel. Well, Betis have it back now. Well, he's certainly not alone. Marc Roca. Top-class defending. Well, very effective play in possession. Opportunity to deliver the cross. Not smooth in possession. Promising attack this. And cuts inside. Will he shoot? The fans hope so. Just can't get it past him. Seidel. Promising position this. And Jansson with it. It's a neat move. A goal! How about that? He's put it away to make it a hat-trick. Marc Roca. Cedric Bakambu on the ball. Well, we have 30 minutes to go. Bakambu. Bakambu. And the keeper making sure that was pushed well away from danger. Matthias Seidel. Dion Drena Bello. Good tackle. Matthias Seidel. And goes for goal! Oh, so near, off the post. Well, able to survive that attacking push. Be a bit annoyed to have lost the ball. And Betis having trouble keeping the ball. to the final 20 minutes. It's not going to go down as the prettiest passing sequence we've ever seen. And the advantage accrues to the attacking side. Very quick thinking there. And just lacking that little bit of guile. Matthias Seidel. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Decent position. He's going forward well here. And he takes on the shot. Oh, that's a fine save. Over it comes. Not away completely. Nicely timed tackle. Now the quick counter-attack could be on. Do they have the guile to open up the defence? Well, it would have delighted the fans had it gone in. Well, there to intercept. Bad challenge, and now it's up to the referee in terms of what to do next. Janssen. Dion Drena-Bello. And he's hit it with authority! Well, the keeper is happy the bar was there. Well, a powerful effort, but just wide. Tremendous intuition to win it back. And blocked there. Matthias Seidel. Looked as though there might be a threat, but not so in the end. Good defending. Well, breaking at pace is always a possibility. Well, that's a super ball over the top. And steered back under a bit of pressure. It might be on for them. Dangerous ball. And cleared away. And there goes the final whistle, much to the disappointment. Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week, and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Stay tuned for the live action. And good evening on what is a perfect night for football. The floodlights shining down on the players as we speak. I'm Derek Ray in the commentary position, and alongside me is the former Arsenal and West Ham midfield player Stuart Robson. And with the atmosphere really building up nicely, we should be in for a terrific contest. It's Panathinaikos up against Rapid Vienna.
Well, a quick start to the game is all important here today, and I'm sure both managers will have drilled that into the players. But they also have to play with composure and a tactical understanding. It should be a good game.
So the initial 11 for the home side.
Well, it's a back four, a narrow midfield three and a very disconnected front three. But if the midfield players give good support to the central striker, this 4-3-3 system could work really well today.
Well, it would have been spectacular had it come off. Alas, the execution left a lot to be desired.
But it's always going to be difficult to make the right connection there. That was a difficult chance.
Oh, moving it nicely. Unahi. Ioannidis. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. This is the lineup for the visitors today.
Well, they're going to play with two wingers in this 4-3-3 formation, so they need to switch the ball quickly and get crosses into the box. But they also need to get at least two midfield players making runs into the penalty area. That's a must.
And a throw-in it's going to be. Good idea. Well, he deserves praise for inventiveness, but not troubling the keeper. Filip Juricic. And space here on the flank. Thwarting him. Interception to snuff out the danger. Can he find the right pass? Good effort here. Well, from so far out, it didn't appear to be the high percentage option. Close though, Stuart.
Well, he did have options, but that was a good effort in the end. He wasn't too far away, was he?
Dangerous looking through ball. And the danger is averted. Nemanja Maksimovic. Excellent vision. Oh, what a clearance under pressure. Had to react and did. Well, the outcome is a free kick here. Tete. Azzedine Unahi. And possibilities here. Can he put them in front? Tremendously strong in the tackle. Schaub. Bola. Well, great read there to intercept. Unahi. And the ball's gone. Plenty of support here. Dion Drena Bello. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. A creative look about this. And nothing comes of this attack. Tete. The referee's letting it go as they keep the ball. Unahi. And moving the ball nicely. Azzedine Unahi. Tete. Maksimovic has it. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Bello. Perfect challenge. Well, not pretty, but very gritty. Juricic. Both hands on it. Good goalkeeping. And threading it through. Well, he's given us away. Definitely look as though they want to make this move count. Really good build-up, but no end product. Oh, this looks useful. Well, that takes the wind out of their sails. Great defending. Can he convert? And it's in! 1-0. They've breached the defence. Bola. Louis Schaub. Bellio. Well, time just challenged magnificently. And there it is. Well, as they get the ball rolling again, interesting to see how the second half pans out. Zaider. Bellio. Could be dangerous. Element of risk there, but he's won the ball. Well, breaking at pace is always a possibility. Tete. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Zaider. Can he finish? Just couldn't get it through. High pressing and good high pressing. You certainly have got to give this man high marks for his work.
Derek, he's got to tuck this away.
Great defending. Ground to make up, and perhaps this corner can assist them. Cleared away comprehensively. Now in a more than decent position. Oh, brilliant goalkeeping. And over comes the corner. Well, not cleared away completely. He's blocked it. That is a tackle and a half. Azzedine Ounahi. Now Juricic. Taken away. That's useful play, but nothing comes of it. Mladenovic. Maksimovic has it. Nice looking move, this. Determined defending. Juricic. Ounahi. And an astute piece of defending. Fruitful looking attack. Electing to shoot. And the goalkeeper has outdone himself with that save. So the corner played into the box. This might be the perfect counter-attacking opportunity. And slipped through beautifully. Speculative inroads here. And fired against the crossbar. And in the end, no damage done. Good-looking move. Has eyes for goal. And off the crossbar.
Well, he must have thought that was in. He struck it so cleanly.
Good ball over the top. Azzedine Ounahi. He's showing a real will to win the ball. A real opening now. No shortage of excitement. Level again. No wonder they're excited. Nemanja Maksimovic. Ingerson. Bart Schenkeveld. Nemanja Maksimovic. Ounahi. Well, a good tackle. On the attack, is there to be late drama? Tete. Can you believe it? With so little time left, surely that will be the winner. Amazing scenes here. Bendegus Bola. And Schaub on the ball. And forward they go, chasing the game. Auer. Oh, moving it nicely. Excellent assessment of the situation at the back. Now breaking at pace. Potential danger. And beyond the last defender. Offside. Matthias Seidel. Bola. Bellio. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. And the electronic board showing one additional minute. Can he finish them off? He knows he's got to react. Well, it just petered out. And that will be all for this game. Building to a crescendo all week. And very shortly it will... Hello everyone and welcome to Florence, a city that attracts so many visitors on an annual basis. Of course, there are many who come here for the football. I'm Derek Ray on the commentary gantry and delighted to be joined as always by Stuart Robson. And everyone here on tenterhooks, you'd have to say with good reason. It's Fiorentina up against Rapid Vienna.
Well, as is always the case, both teams will look to control the centre of the pitch. Whichever can do that will dominate possession and probably the game. This is going to be key, I think, today.
Jansson. And a look at the lineup for Fiorentina.
Well, it's a 5-3-2, which looks a little bit defensive to me. It certainly means they won't be able to press their opponents too high up the field. And again, that might be a problem for them.
This is the lineup for the visitors today.
Well, they're going to play with a front two, which means they have to link up with each other as much as possible. If they do that well, they'll certainly pose a threat. It looks like a 5-3-2, really.
Really important piece of last-ditch defending. Well, this could really help the cause. And quick thinking defensively. Bellew moving the ball forward. How creative can they be? Good looking cross. Well, they can keep possession of it now. Schaub. Oh, wonderful bit of skill. Just wanted to get it out of there. And a chance for him on the flank. Well, disappointing end to the move. This might have potential. Moise Keane. Well, he knows what he's doing defensively. And they know they need to stop him. Can they forge ahead? Well, they would have done had it not been for the keeper.
Well, they should be ahead now. Yes, it was a good save, Derek, but he should score from there.
Foul there. Free kick awarded. Gozens. Beltran. Dodo. It's a neat move. And a no-nonsense clearance. Could cross it in here. Could take the lead. In it goes! The opening goal in this contest. So underway again here. 1-0 the score. Louis Schaub. Bola. Well, that is how to play advantage. Auer moving it forward, but nothing comes of it. Beltran. Keane. Very quick thinking there. Can he find the right pass? And crossed in there. Well, it came to nothing in the end. Well, giving the ball away. Beltran. The team's separated by 2 goals now. You cannot say they don't deserve it. Louis Schaub. Bola. And Schaub on the ball. Will he play it in? Chance here. Stopped a surefire goal. It did look on for them, but not to be. Beltran. Well, that's a fine-looking pass. Must be! And the keeper's hand does the trick. That's a good pass. And there the move ends for now. And with that, the first half draws... So the two teams have switched around and the second half is underway. Luca Ranieri. Gozens. Mandragora. Dodo. Here's Keane. Gozens. It's opening up for them. The threat was there, but no problems now. Auer. Jansson. Well, relying on their passing game in a bid to get themselves back into it. Has a go. Nicely saved. Trying to pick out a teammate. Cleared away. This might be the perfect counter-attacking opportunity. Well, they have to pay attention. Well, they couldn't quite use that break in the manner that they'd hoped.
Si ricorda di non lasciare effetti personali in questo momento.
Luca Ranieri. And he read it well. Still looking for space. Oh, crucial tackle. Brilliant. Belleau. And slipped through beautifully. Surely. And oh, it's in. We cannot declare this contest over. They still believe. Gozens. Pongracic. Ranieri. Danilo Cataldi with it. Luca Ranieri. Mandragora. Keane. And plenty of scope to be creative in that wide position. Cutting it back. Oh, that's top-notch goalkeeping, you've got to say. Pressure applied. Can they make something of it? And flag raised. Offside.
Well, that was always going to be offside. He just needed to hold on to the ball that little bit longer.
Matthias Seidel. Moving into the advanced position. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Pressing like that will help the cause. Good defending. And after the cross, defensive action called for. Ranieri. And out of play for a Fiorentina throw-in. And into the last 20 minutes. Well, showing really good width here. They won't complain about having won the corner, and maybe an opportunity to increase their advantage. Well, pressure building, another corner. Short corner it is. That's a nice looking ball. And gobbled up with ease by the keeper. Janssen. And possibilities here. This could square the game. And that's exactly what has transpired. Now, that could be a massive turning point, and momentum is with them. Gozens. Danilo Cataldi with it. It's with Robin Gozens. Cataldi. Luca Ranieri. Gozens. Ranieri. It's with Robin Gozens. Dodo. A super tackle, and they've won possession. And Janssen with it. And a goal at this stage might well turn out to be decisive. This looks promising. Oh, great defending.
Well, the atmosphere is so tense inside this stadium, but can they find that moment of magic to win this game? The crowd certainly think so. Just listen to them.
Oh, given away. And the flag is up. Offside.
Well, that's just a lack of awareness. He was clearly in an offside position.
Well read to win possession back. Key. It's with Robin Gozens. Clearly took a touch on the way out of play, so a throw-in to come. Gozens. And teammates to play it to. And unable to keep possession. Well, the electronic board showing one additional minute. Trying to get onto the front foot with the minutes ticking away. And the referee blows. What an intriguing prospect. A game of high profile featuring two magnificent sides. And a warm welcome on what is an ideal night for football, you've got to say. I'm Derek Ray, perched here on the commentary gantry, and sitting alongside me to provide expert analysis, it's Stuart Robson. And we're focusing on live action from Italy's top division, Serie A. What might we see today, Stuart?
Yes, thanks as always, Derek. We've got two good teams here, so I'm anticipating a really good game. The atmosphere is electric inside the stadium before kick-off, and hopefully we're not disappointed.
So the initial 11 for the home side. Mike Maignan begins in goal. Kyle Walker plays with Theo Hernandez in the wide defensive areas. Christian Pulisic starts with Rafael Leao out wide. And they line up with just the one striker looking to do a bit of damage. This is the lineup for the visitors today.
Well, we believe they're going to play with the same system here, but it's all about the midfield battle. Whoever wins that should control the tactics.
And that, a piece of goalkeeping you're going to see again and again and again. Who's going to get on the end of it? And clearing it away. Well, pressure building, another corner. Got a good palm on it. Pressure applied. Can they make something of it?
Well, they've started the game really brightly here, and they've looked dangerous. But that was a top-class save from the keeper. Brilliant from him.
Pulisic. Well, it can be an absolute joy watching Christian Pulisic in action. Stuart, what do you think we might see from him in this game?
Well, he's such a creative player, both with his passing and his ability to beat defenders. He'll have a big influence today.
This might have potential. Oh, that is a wonderful piece of challenging. Well, the play just breaking down a bit here. And support available. Oh, fancy footwork. Body in the way. And now their turn to have the ball. And he takes it on! And saved by the keeper. Now sending it in and taking care of the situation. Chance to do damage. Well, it came to nothing in the end. Let's fly here. Oh, goodness me, off the post. Well, they can keep possession of it now.
Well, they won't come closer than that. But they are creating chances, and surely a goal is coming.
Well, having been denied by the woodwork, now the focus is on keeping the opposition at bay. Losing possession here. Well, the teams are locked together. Will it stay that way following this corner? It's there for him, and he succeeds in scraping it off the line. And both hands on it. Good goalkeeping. Yunus Musa. Pulisic now. Good visualisation and execution. Did well to clear it away. Boulaye Dia. What can they do from here? Well, didn't go to plan in the end. Rafael Leao. Giving the ball away. The concession of a corner here. Who can they pick out? Cleared away. And in the right position to read it. Definitely look as though they want to make this move count. And closed down straight away. So the corner played into the box. And the problem not completely solved. Well, able to survive that attacking push. And it's in! 1-0! They break the defence! Theo Hernandez. Reinders. Ball's gone. Boulay Dia. Rovella. Can they get in behind them? And no luck keeping possession. Castellanos. Oh, he's left his marker for dead. He can't hold on to it. And the move breaks down. Rafael Leao. Could be threatening. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Marušić. Very quick thinking there. The first half in. Away they go again. Second half is underway here. Marušić. Now with Guendouzi. Castellanos. On to Guendouzi. Nicolo Rovella. Tajani Reinders. Great effort to keep that one in play. A super tackle and they've won possession. Now what can they do from here? Pulisic. On to Guendouzi. Really good challenge. Well, the thought process is there, but not the execution. Castellanos. Well, it was a promising avenue of attack, but the momentum has been halted. You wouldn't be surprised to see the card handed out. And the keeper takes charge and dealing with the free kick. You certainly have got to give this man high marks for his work up to this point, Stuart.
Well, Derek, he took his goal well and was a constant threat throughout that first half. I thought he showed a lot of skill to get out of tight situations, and he had a real impact on the play.
Just lost his focus. Throw in here. Pulisic. Must be! And it's a goal! Level again! What a match this is turning out to be! Yeah. Guendouzi showing good defensive judgment. Musa. Theo Hernandez now. Beautifully weighted ball, but he drifted into an offside position.
Well, he just thought about the pass for a fraction too long, and that's why it's offside.
Castellanos. Marusic. Well, just the tackle that was needed. Well, the referee allowing the play to flow. Well, they stopped them in their tracks. And out of play, the pass nearly worked out, but not quite. Nice switch of play. Valentin Castellanos. Unable to keep the ball that time. Pulisic. Oh, could be an opportunity here. And he's kept it out. Fully stretched. Somehow reaching it. Delivering it. And tucking it behind for a corner here.
Well, they haven't created too much lately, but the fans know this is a chance to take the lead here.
And snuffing out the danger. Walker. Led that pass all the way, cutting it out. Reinders. Fine tackle there to prevent the chance. A move of promise. Is it going to end with them scoring the winning goal? Well, it was straight at the keeper, but technically good goalkeeping.
Well, what a final few minutes we have here. And the fans are certainly playing their part. But can they take one of these chances that come their way and win this game?
Well, it's a good-looking position. Is there a goal in the future? Valentin Castellanos. Takes aim! Well, the goalkeeper managed to make the save without much difficulty in the end. Chow. Well, it comes down to the final 5 minutes. Walker. Reinders. Pulisic. Just the challenge that was required. Simple save, really. Beautiful pass. Pulisic. Really good challenge. Well, the stoppage time situation, 1 minute here. And on the back of that particular challenge, will the referee let the matter rest there? That is that after 90 minutes. Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Stay tuned for the live action. And a warm welcome on what is an ideal night for football, you've got to say. I'm Derek Ray on the commentary gantry and delighted to be joined as always by Stuart Robson. And very much looking forward to bringing you action from Serie A. What do you anticipate seeing, Stuart?
Well, as is always the case, both teams will look to control the centre of the pitch. Whichever can do that will dominate possession and probably the game. This is going to be key, I think, today.
So the initial 11 for the home side. Mike Maignan begins in goal. Kyle Walker plays with Theo Hernandez in the wide defensive areas. Christian Pulisic starts with Rafael Leao out wide. And the idea is to have just the one striker up there trying to pose problems for the opposition. Lukaku. Here's the team for Napoli. Alex Meret is the goalkeeper. Leonardo Spinazzola starts with Giovanni Di Lorenzo in the fullback positions. Scott McTominay starts alongside André Franck Zambo Anguissa in central midfield. And handed the task of playing up front today, Romelu Lukaku. And hit with ferocity! Nothing wrong with the idea on the free kick, but the goalkeeper has it. And the attacking options appear plentiful. Electing to cross into the centre. Happy to shoot. And a fine stop. He's driven in the corner. Not really the ideal clearance. Using all his defensive acumen to cut it out. Just failing to hit the target with his pass. And it'll be a throw-in. And providing width. Has eyes for goal! Well, the keeper reacted magnificently. So the corner played into the box. Well, capable of a better clearance than that. Well, they can keep possession of it now. That's a nice-looking ball. Clears it away. Good piece of ball winning. Now they might be onto something. Well, constantly giving the ball away isn't going to help matters. Neres. Really fine piece of defending play to break it up. Politano. Not looking all that comfortable on the ball. Now, who can he play it to? Anguissa. Now Lukaku. Determined defending. Oh, good-looking run. Will it be Lukaku? And a goal to give them the lead. They have their reward. Theo Hernandez. Yunus Musa. Malik Chow. Tajani Reinders. Pulisic now. Reinders. Jimenez. Chance to cross. This could square the game. Oh, great block. Anguissa. Intercepted effortlessly. And threading it through. Well, they're doing their best to get on level terms here.
Well, it's a decent effort, but they're still trailing. They need something special here.
Lukaku. David Neres. Oh, he's gone for goal. And effectively parried away by the keeper. And a corner kick to Napoli as they look for more. And there's the delivery. And in a crowded area, the keeper has managed to get there. Nicely timed tackle. And the referee says penalty. see. To extend their lead here. In it goes! Calmly converted! So 2-0 now. Malik Chow. Spinazzola. Scott McTominay. Now with Spinazzola. Amir Rahmani. Onto Lobotka. Just the challenge that was required. Matteo Politano. And that's very intelligent play to win back possession. And it's still on for him. Well, fantastic reflex action. Walker. And Rahmani has it. David Neres. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Reinders. And the electronic board showing 1 additional minute. And a free kick awarded by the referee. Threat over for now, it seems. And there it is. So the two teams have switched around and the second half is underway. Pulisic. Yusuf Fofana. And a Napoli throw in here. Oh, fine play, and maybe it'll set something up. Well, possibilities in the centre. Lukaku. And Politano with it. Di Lorenzo. Long way out this. Well, when all was said and done, Stuart, he wasn't a million miles away.
No, he wasn't, because he generates so much power from that sort of distance. His technique is brilliant.
And as they continue to pass it around, the attack goes through Lukaku. Di Lorenzo. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Might be a chance to break. Firing it towards goal. Nicely blocked. Matteo Politano. Andre Frank Zombo Anguissa. Anguissa. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Tajani Reinders. Leao. He's blocked it.
Well, could this be the turning point? The fans are certainly hoping so.
Oh, last-ditch defending at its very finest. He can't hold on to it. Walker. Just knocked it out of there.
Well, credit to the goalkeeper, because that was a terrific save, just to keep their 2-goal lead here.
Fine tackle there to prevent the chance. That's a good-looking ball. Lukaku. Spinazzola. Scott McTominay. Well, far from the ideal pass, you've got to say. Good movement. Dangerous looking through ball. There's someone to play it to. In a decent position now. And having a go! Oh, it strikes the bar. That's a splendid pass from Romelu Lukaku. Oh, the referee points to the spot. Penalty. Can they make it 3-0? And a timely penalty save. Can he get one back? And the keeper more than equal to it. Played over. Trying to open them up. Just the challenge that was required. Well, constantly giving the ball away isn't going to help matters. This might be the perfect counter-attacking opportunity. And a useful cross. Managed to get it out of there. And crossing towards the far post. And the flag has gone up. Not really showing the game know-how that we tend to associate with him.
Well, he's got to have a look around him there. That's a waste of a great opportunity.
And out of play for what will be a Napoli throw-in. Lukaku in position. And a no-nonsense clearance. And taking it away. Wasteful again in possession. He has teammates around him. Just unable to get his cross beyond the first defender. Andre Frank Zombo Ongisa. Perfect challenge. And the shot was always rising. Goal kick. Stanislav Lobotka. Couldn't keep the ball. Not a poor touch and unable to keep it in play. Throw in to come. Lobotka. Beautifully weighted ball. Will it be Lukaku? A goal! How about that? He's put it away to make it a hat-trick. Tajani Reinders. No degree of difficulty at all for the keeper. So 1 minute of stoppage time. That's what the officials have said. And goes for goal! Well, we gave it the big... And there goes the final whistle, much to the disappointment. The stadium is buzzing already, and with good cause. Two top sides ready to go. And a warm welcome on what is an ideal night for football, you've got to say. My name is Derek Ray, positioned here on the commentary gantry, and sitting next to me, ready to give you all the analysis, is Stuart Robson. And very much looking forward to bringing you action from Serie A. How do you see the match going, Stuart?
Well, a quick start to the game is all important here today, and I'm sure both managers will have drilled that into the players. But they also have to play with composure and a tactical understanding. It should be a good game.
Could be. Oh, a goal! There it is! And the crowd stunned into silence. Rafael Leao. Jimenez. On the ball, Rafael Leao. Theo Hernandez. Leao. Not a passing sequence that's easy on the eye. Fine tackle there to prevent the chance.
Well, as you can hear, the fans think that should have been a penalty, but I'm not convinced.
Dumfries. Now with Mkhitaryan. Barella. Well, possibilities inside the box. Mkhitaryan. Vigorous defending. And a goal here. There it is. They've done it. Strahilia Pavlovic. On the ball, Rafael Leao. Theo Hernandez. Tajani Reinders. Rafael Leao moving into the advanced position. Well, he was miles out, but still had the audacity to go for goal.
Yeah, as you said, a long way out, but what a good strike that was. He hit it so cleanly.
Passes like that, very much in his repertoire. Çalhanoğlu. Mkhitaryan. Now, brilliant work to keep that one in play. Chance to cross. Martinez. It's got to be. Oh, my word. There's excellent timing for you. What a challenge. And they could eat into the lead. Oh, a challenge of the highest order. Dumfries. Barella. Nice looking pass. Well, they couldn't keep hold of it. Leao. Might work out. And the danger is averted. And he takes it on. Crucial piece of defending. Tuham. Could be dangerous. Now he's got to stay calm. And how about that for a save? Mkhitaryan. Is it going to be? And that is defending of the highest order. Martinez. Well, we can see what they're trying to do, but not a memorable passage of play. Promising attack, this. And he's in. And there is the goal! Well, that changes the equation, and they have the momentum now. Alessandro Bastoni almost weighing up the opposition with a string of neat passes. Theo Hernandez. Alessandro Bastoni. Barella. On to Mkhitaryan. You can almost see their opponents racking their brains. How do we stop this? Will he play it in? Dumfries. Is it going to be Mkhitaryan? It's in. They're looking really relaxed and confident and not giving the opposition much of a look in. Strahinja Pavlovic. On the ball, Rafael Leao. Tajani Reinders. And fed forwards. Big chance. Using all his defensive acumen to cut it out. Barella. Nicely timed tackle. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Rafael Leao. It was a menacing attack, but tidied up. Dumfries. Oh, that's an interesting pass. Really well positioned. And so it is. Well, they've got things going again here, and I wonder what kind of second half we have in store for us. Reinders. Walker now. Musa. Pulisic. Well, this is better, but they need to make the pressure count now. Able to skip past his man. Can he put it away? Well, it's a good deflection. That'll be a corner.
Well, they haven't seen too many chances, but the crowd sensing this could be a turning point. They need a goal here.
Space afforded him. Martinez. Opportunity. And it goes! Well, it's one goal after another. A highly impressive performance. Francesco Acerbi. Pavard. Fine sequence of passes. Martinez. And it's with Dumfries. And Pavard on the ball. Barella. He thwarted the attack illegally. And perhaps a card is forthcoming. And he was in the right place to intercept. Well, he went strongly into the challenge, and the result is a throw-in. Dumfries. Barella has it. And that's a very good parry. Can he put it in? And he's only gone and made it a hat-trick. Absolutely unplayable today. What a performance. Pulisic. Walker now. Musa. Pulisic. Walker. Fofana. Can they convert? Oh, great defending. Pavard. It's with Çalhanoğlu. Dumfries. Oh, this is looking promising. And he takes it on, and a fine stop. And there's the delivery. And in the end, no damage done. And the referee felt he had to blow the whistle.
Well, as those stats tell us, their attacking play today has been exceptional. Defenders have come out at the right time, the midfielder completely dominated the game, and the front players' movement has been excellent.
Dumfries. And it's with Dumfries. Well, now he's let that run out of play, and it will be a throw-in here. And he takes it away. Hernandez. Chance here. Well, just over the crossbar. Excellent effort. Dangerous ball. And cleared away. Dumfries. Henrik Mkhitaryan. Went in strongly to win the ball. And he takes it on! Well, from so far out, it didn't appear to be the high percentage option. Close though, Stuart.
Well, he did have options, but that was a good effort in the end. He wasn't too far away, was he?
Leao. Distributing it well. And no problems at all for the keeper. And giving the ball away. Fairly easy for the referee to spot that deflection. So now a throw in. And played in. Danger averted. Dumfries. And a fine tackle. Theo Hernandez. Can he make it count? Looked like a certain goal, but that's a great challenge. And the keeper's hand does the trick. Dumfries. On to Thuram. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. The referee has decided there will be just 1 minute of added time. Francesco Acerbi. And there goes the final whistle. entertain football. We can virtually guarantee it. Two quality sides ready for battle, knowing full well they must... Welcome everyone on a perfect night for football with the floodlights beaming down. I'm Derek Ray, and joining me to provide expert analysis is Stuart Robson. And we're focusing on live action from Italy's top division, Serie A. Stuart, tell us about your pre-match thoughts.
Well, a quick start to the game is all important here today, and I'm sure both managers will have drilled that into the players. But they also have to play with composure and a tactical understanding. It should be a good game.
So the initial 11 for the home side.
Well, they're starting with an attacking 4-5-1 formation with 3 players in advance of 2 holding midfielders. But it's important that the wide players come in field to join the centre forward at the right time.
And this is the initial 11 for the visitors today. Mike Maignan begins in goal. Theo Hernandez starts with Kyle Walker as fullbacks. Rafael Leao plays with Christian Pulisic out wide. And in this tactical setup, they have just the one player in attack. Corner given. Good bit of defending. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. But a real struggle for both sides on the possession front here. He'll have a go here. Well, decent effort, but not troubling the keeper too much. Well, you never quite know who's going to emerge from the shadows and become a match winner, but this man might be a decent shout. What are you expecting to see from him?
Oh, what a chance this is, Derek.
And there it is! The opening goal, the ideal way to start. Dia. On to Guendouzi. Dia. Now, what can they do from here? Rovella. Valentin Castellanos. Well, high quality defending. The cross is on. Nicely timed tackle. Really committed himself to the tackle, and a throw in now. Dia. Nicolo Rovella. And what a magical save it was! Can someone get on the end of this? Well, a bit short with the clearance. Oh, great block. Credit to them for winning back possession. Excellent use of the ball as they make their way forward. Leao. And players waiting in the centre. Oh, they've lost it. Given, and it's not what they had in mind. It's falling apart for them. Can they extend their lead? And the spot kick is converted as coolly as you like. Marusic. Dia. Now with Guendouzi. Dia. Castellanos. Moving the ball effectively. Could pull one back here. And he does! He's thrown his team a lifeline. The belief is back. Walker. Pulisic now. Malik Chow. Losing possession a bit easily. Guendouzi. And on to Marusic. What can they do from here? Castellanos. And making sure there was no danger in the end. Really fine piece of defending play to break it up. It's a good cross, has to be. Well, hit on the volley, terrific strike.
Well, it's a very difficult technique, but I actually think he should be scoring there.
Really getting stuck in. So nearly at half-time, and the home side trailing, albeit not by much. Stuart, your thoughts up to this point?
Well, they're certainly not out of this. They've created some good chances and look threatening.
Well, hit with ferocity when accuracy was required. And that's a very good parry. So the whistle. Well, as they get the ball rolling again, interesting to see how the second half pans out. Matteo Guendouzi. It's with Romagnoli. Nuno Tavares. Nicolo Rovella. Zaccagni. Now, who can he play it to? Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. Well, we can see what they're trying to do, but not a memorable passage of play. Well, foul play, says the referee. Fruitful looking attack. And you need your defender to take charge. Oh, he's lost possession. Could be threatening. Looking towards the back post. Oh, tremendous goal! Technical excellence to finish that one off. Wonderful to have that in your repertoire. Yeah, committed challenge. Chow. Walker. And a throw-in forthcoming. Chance to play it in. It's a neat move. On the ball, Rafael Leao. Musa. Malik Chow. Pulisic now. A really committed challenge, and it's gone out for a throw-in. Jimenez. A fine block. And a timely intervention. Marusic. Well, the fans really want him to shoot. And there it is! Still life left in this game, and they have the momentum now. Pavlovic. Theo Hernandez now. Strahilia Pavlovic. Fofana. Theo Hernandez now. Walker. Pulisic. Walker now. A chance to whip it in. And nothing comes of that attack. Great defending here. Pulisic. And it's played into the centre. And not cleared away properly. And held by the keeper at the second time of asking.
Well, he's just pulled off a great first save there. Now they can all calm down.
Gendouzi. Oh, body in the way, crucially. Well read to put an end to that attack. Oh, nice work to get past his opponents. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Valentin Castellanos. And unable to keep the ball. Good movement. Well, late in the game here, they know what they need, and that's an equaliser. This could square the game. And the keeper has possession of it. Rafael Leao. Theo Hernandez now. On the ball, Rafael Leao. Oh, the flag's gone up, and there wasn't much in that. Well, there's a living, breathing example of positional sense. Rafael Leao. Nuno Tavares. 5 minutes to go. And the referee takes exception to the challenge. Free kick.
Well, I think the fans are doing everything they can to get their team back into this. But can they find that moment of inspiration and get an equaliser?
Theo Hernandez. On the ball, Rafael Leao. Well, you might say it's the ideal way to see out a game when you can pass like this. And it's a quality pass. And tipping it over the crossbar. Another goal from this corner would in all likelihood secure victory. They'll struggle to get it away properly. Danger averted for now. And there goes the final whistle. Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Stay tuned for the live action. It is a city where passion for football is red hot. Welcome to Naples in southern Italy. I'm Derek Ray and my commentary partner here on the gantry is the former Arsenal and West Ham player Stuart Robson. And we're focusing on live action from Italy's top division, Serie A. Stuart, what are you expecting to see?
Thanks, Derek, as always. This should be a good game. Great atmosphere inside the stadium. We've got two teams full of quality, some interesting matchups, and two coaches that want to play an attractive brand of football. What more could you ask for?
Here's the team for Napoli. Alex Meret is the goalkeeper. Giovanni Di Lorenzo plays with Leonardo Spinazzola in the fullback positions. Andre Frank Zambo Ongisa plays alongside Stanislav Lobotka in central midfield. And operating an attack today is Romelu Lukaku. This is how the visitors will set up today. Mike Maignan begins in goal. Kyle Walker plays with Theo Hernandez in the wide defensive areas. Rafael Leao plays with Christian Pulisic out wide. And in this tactical setup, they have just the one player in attack. And Napoli now in potentially a dangerous position. Ongisa. Nicely timed tackle. Struggling to keep the ball. Able to get his body in the way. Politano. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. And he has options available. Must take the lead here. Oh, he's been denied. And they remain locked together.
Well, that's a good save, but really he should have scored from there. That's a big chance.
And out of play, the pass nearly worked out, but not quite. Getting the better of his opponent. That's a useful cross. Oh, really careless. They might be in. And a fine stop to turn the ball away. Andre Frank Zambo Ongisa. Could be threatening. And he takes on the shots. Oh, my goodness. What an outrageous hit. I can't believe he took it on from there. And neither can the goalkeeper. Pavlovic. Yusuf Fofana. Pulisic now. Musa. Well, Napoli regaining possession. Politano. Scott McTominay. Alessandro Buongiorno. Fine sequence of passes. Leonardo Spinazzola. Spinazzola. Well, passing moves like this will build confidence. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Moving it forward. And credit is due for that good piece of defending. Lukaku. Politano. Very quick thinking there. Well, it clearly was deflected, so it will be their throw-in. And Napoli have it back now. And space to cross it. You don't want to give the ball away there. Rafael Leao. It well to win the ball back. David Neres. Can he find the right pass? Lobotka. He read the situation defensively and did his job. That's a good-looking ball. Well, that's going to go down as offside.
Well, he couldn't quite release it quickly enough, and the flag went up.
Lobotka. It's a good Napoli move in the making. And let's give credit to the defending. Santiago Jimenez. Takes aim! And a goal! To level this contest! All even! Amir Rahmani. Now with Lobotka. Politano. Scott McTominay. Stanislav Lobotka. It's with McTominay. Now with Lobotka. Well, couldn't bend his run, and the flag went up. Musa. David Neres. Oh, could be. And a goal to re-establish their advantage. Just look at the celebrations. Well, the second half is underway, with Napoli looking to build upon what was a largely positive first-half performance. Alessandro Buongiorno. Scott McTominay. Now with Spinazzola. Buongiorno. Stanislav Lobotka. And on to Di Lorenzo. Now, who can he play it to? A fine reading of the situation. Good idea. Oh, that is a superb save. And by a wafer-thin margin, offside. Oh, he's given us away. And players waiting in the centre. It looks promising. Timely intervention. Well, maybe a good position from which to counter. And he's through here. And a goal! He's doubled his total for the day in superb scoring form. Rafael Leao. Strahilia Pavlovic. Yunus Musa. Showing good patience. Could be! And the goalkeeper has outdone himself with that save. And over it comes. Not really the ideal clearance. Well, no damage done. It's looking promising. Lukaku. Really important tackle. Andre Frank Zombo Onguisa. Now with Spinazzola. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Useful looking position, you've got to say. Yusuf Fofana. Well, how about that for a piece of tackling to break things up? Now counter-attacking possibilities. And it was a good counter-attack in the making, but very alert defending. is offside here. And possibilities here. And quick thinking to reduce the deficit. In it goes! To alter the arithmetic and give them hope that they can turn this round. Happy just to retain the ball in their own half and draw out the opposition. Scott McTominay. Olgisa. Not the best challenge, free kick. Buongiorno. And now with Di Lorenzo. Good use of the ball as they look to extend their lead. Options in the centre. Breaking at pace. Can he find the net? Oh, and it goes! Down the level! Who saw this coming? Incredible! Amir Rahmani. Politano. On to Spinazzola. Alessandro Buongiorno. Spinazzola. It's with David Neres. Giovanni Di Lorenzo. On to Lobotka. Well, great read there to intercept. Just 10 minutes to go. And in with a real chance. Well, without wanting to put too fine a point on it, that goes down as a tame effort and easy for the keeper. Rafael Leao. Time running out, but they could yet win it. Spot on with that tackle. Lukaku. That's a foul, and it will be a potentially dangerous free kick. And it very nearly came off for him.
Well, we're talking inches here. That was a really good effort. He struck the ball so well.
Theo Hernandez. That's a good-looking pass. Is it going to be? Oh, it's astonishing! One of the greatest comebacks you're ever likely to see. And now the question is, can they see this out? Scott McTominay. Spinazzola. It's with McTominay. David Neres. And just 1 minute of time added on for stoppages. And it took a little nick before it went over the touchline. So a throw in here. And possibilities inside the box. Olgisa. Well, there goes the final whistle. The tension is palpable and you can understand why. Two high-level sides about to... Hello and a warm welcome on what is a glorious night for football. Perfect playing conditions. I'm Derek Ray, and ready with his tactics board alongside me is Stuart Robson, my commentary partner. I'm greatly looking forward to bringing you live coverage of this match being played in Serie A. How do you see the match going, Stuart?
Thanks, Derek. Well, this should be a decent game today. Both managers will have a game plan. Both teams have a certain style of play, and both sides will want to start quickly. I'm looking forward to this.
Will he shoot? The fans hope so. Just can't get it past him. And a goal! 1-0, and what a fast start they've made to this game. Rafael Leao. Dayani Reinders. Yunus Musa. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Long way out. Denied by the bar. Back in play here.
Well, they're so unlucky not to be level now. It was a great effort. You just wonder if they're going to regret that.
Well, it should boost their confidence, but they can't afford to drop their guard at the other end. Feeding it through. Could be in. And a goal this time. Applying the finishing touch. Just what the doctor ordered. Pulisic. Francesco Acerbi. Pavard with it. Dumfries. Barella. And it's with Dumfries. Now with Mkhitaryan. Dumfries. And space here on the flank. Thuram. He fancies it. And what a magical save it was. Playing it in. Pavard. And there it is! 3 goals in front now. An immense performance. 3 goals without reply. Chow. Pulisic now. Malik Chow. Reinders. Pulisic. Yunus Musa. Losing possession a bit easily. Barella. Mkhitaryan. Spraying passes around, almost waiting for the opposition to make a mistake. Martinez. Nice looking move this. Martinez. That's a nice looking ball. Oh, tremendous goal! Finessing it into the back of the net. Take a bow. Pulisic. Walker now. Yusuf Fofana. Theo Hernandez now. Fofana. Santiago Jimenez. Very quick thinking there. Çalhanoğlu. Barella has it. Marcus Thuram. And blocked for now. Played over. Well, a really good idea, but missing by a large margin. Rafael Leao. Jimenez. Leao. Stopped a certain goal. Well, he was being pressed, but did his job. Marcus Thuram. Thuram. The referee has given a corner. The challenge could have been borderline, but play on. Not to get rid of it. Coolly done despite the mounting pressure. Barella. Thuram. Back to Dumfries. Barella. Oh, a tremendous block. He's in here. And that, a piece of goalkeeping you're going to see again and again and again. Now sending it in. Well, that goes down as a disappointing effort.
Well, more than that, it's a wasted effort. He had to do a lot better than that.
Martinez. Barella has it. Back to Thuram. Mkhitaryan. It's a fierce effort. And foiled by the post. Well, they survived the attack. And so it is. Well, they've got things going again here. And I wonder what kind of second half we have in store for us. Malik Chow. Yusuf Fofana. Pulisic now. Walker. Fofana. Tajani Reinders. Jimenez. Yunus Musa. Theo Hernandez now. Rafael Leao. Theo Hernandez. Rafael Leao. Theo Hernandez now. Theo Hernandez. Musa. Yusuf Fofana. Clean challenge. Chow. Fofana. Yunus Musa. On the ball, Rafael Leao. Rafael Leao. Theo Hernandez now. Walker. Pulisic. They're putting all their energies into winning back possession. "30 minutes left for play." Fofana. Theo Hernandez now. Theo Hernandez. On the ball, Rafael Leao. Strahinja Pavlovic. Musa. Yusuf Fofana. Jimenez. Pulisic now. Learn to win it back. Alessandro Bastoni. Martinez. The ball with Martinez. Di Marco. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Good piece of closing down. And the cross into the middle. Well, they can keep possession now. Alessandro Bastoni. Delivering it into the box. And firing it towards goal on the volley. Could have gone in.
Well, that's a big chance. Yes, it's on the volley, but I think he should score there.
Well, the keeper had to think about it for a moment, but too high. Mkhitaryan. Nicely timed tackle. And won the ball, apparently. Santiago Jimenez. Oh, burying them beneath an avalanche of goals. No let up here. Fofana. On the ball, Rafael Leao. Theo Hernandez. Alessandro Bastoni. Varela has it. Mkhitaryan. Has a go. And he's made it a brace for himself. The defender's just unable to stay with him. And he's having a field day. Rafael Leao. Pavard. Great ball over the top. Simple save, really. And the electronic board showing 1 additional minute. And that is the end of the contest. Building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. And a warm welcome on what is an ideal night for football, you've got to say. I'm your match commentator, Derek Ray, at the microphone. And sitting alongside me is the former Arsenal, West Ham and Coventry midfield player, Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. Stuart, what are you expecting to see?
Well, I'm looking forward to this one, Derek. It's so important that you get off to a good start. So let's hope both sides go for the win here and we get an exciting match.
Here's the initial 11 for Bayern. Dayo Upamecano plays alongside Eric Dyer in central defence. And the main striker today. Opportunity! Oh my goodness! He's caught that so well! A goal of the highest class! Fantastic technique! Pavard. It's with Calhanoglu. Francesco Acerbi. Pavard with it. Barella has it. Calhanoglu. On to Mkhitaryan. Martinez. Oh, this is looking promising. Splendid defending. Playing it in. Quality defending. Wonderful chance. Oh, and it goes! And that is simply vivacious on the volley. Take a bow, take several bows. The degree of difficulty was high, but you wouldn't know it. What a skill to possess. Absolutely marvellous. Mkhitaryan. Clean challenge. Joshua Kimmich. Jamal Musiala. Referee spotted the little nick on the way through, so a throw-in coming up. Francesco Acerbi. Will he play it in? And defending as a unit. Leroy Sané. After the foul, a chance to contemplate what is next, and perhaps a goal from this free kick. Sandro Bastoni. It's with Calhanoglu. Henrik Mkhitaryan. Well, spot on with that challenge. Plenty of support here. And a goal! He's put it away! A celebratory moment! So the ball is moving again. We've been treated to 4 goals. 3-1 the score. Alphonso Davies. Now Dyer. Upamecano. Committed challenge. Venturing forward, Mkhitaryan. You certainly can't fault them for trying as they keep the pressure on.
Well, that was a decent effort, and you just sense the goals coming here.
Konrad Laimer. Well, the scoreline means they can focus on keeping possession. The defenders know you can't really allow space like that. Cuts it back. Kane! A goal! And it seems they're truly cruising to victory here. Henrik Mkhitaryan. Varela has it. Dumfries. Mkhitaryan. It's with Çalhanoğlu. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Tidy defensive play. Counter-attacking possibilities. Jamal Musiala. That's effective pressure, high up the pitch. Just narrowly wide in the end. Promising pass. Well, in terms of added time, a minimum of 1 minute. Michael Olise. And there it is. So the two teams have switched around and the second half is underway. Varela, and it's with Dumfries. Pavard. Dumfries. It's with Çalhanoğlu. And he's won the ball. Jamal Musiala. Olise. Kane prepared to fire. Aware of the threat, solving the problem. Dumfries. Well, it did look promising, but no threat in the end. Alphonso Davies. Open things up. And the keeper has possession of it. Varela. And behind it's gone for a corner. And over it comes. Well, that's really sound goalkeeping, not letting the opposition have any scraps. Alphonso Davies. Counter-attacking chance. Well, alas, the finish didn't match the build-up.
Well, you're absolutely right. Not the finish they were hoping for, but an excellent counter-attack. They really do break forward quickly.
Good work from Bayern to make sure possession changed hands. Well, not smooth, but fiercely competitive in midfield. Not watertight defending, but no damage done. That's the main thing. Marcus Thuram. Thuram. Couldn't quite muster a real threat. Can they do something positive on the counter-attack? Long way out. Oh, yes! You cannot strike them any better than that. Brilliant goal. Konrad Laimer. Michael Olise. Laimer on the ball. Kimmich. Musiala. Would have been a foul, but instead, advantage Bayern. And into the last 20 minutes. Konrad Laimer. Michael Olise. Regained possession. Dumfries. Now with Varela. His luck. And did just enough defensively. And the counter-attack is on. Options available. Well, they couldn't quite use that break in the manner that they'd hoped. Succeeded in keeping it in play. Dumfries. It's with Çalhanoğlu. He'll have a go here. And a fine stop to turn the ball away. Olise. Harry Kane. Nicely timed tackle. Martinez. Wilting under the pressure, and now they try to go forward. That's a routine take. For the goal kick, he hit it with power. Plays with a positional sense that is second to none. And the referee sensibly allowing them to carry on, advantage with them. Really fine piece of defending play to break it up. Well, not too far away from the final whistle, and Bayern utterly dominant, Stuart.
Well, what an excellent performance this has been. They've had complete control for most of the game. Their movement, clever passing and energy have been a joy to watch. It's been a really good win for them.
Not really the high percentage option to try your luck from there.
Well, his teammates aren't particularly happy. He was never going to score from there.
And just 1 minute of stoppage time, say the officials. And that is full time, really the worst. growing excitement throughout the day, and now the big kick-off is near. It's anyone's guess who'll come out on top in this colossal game, but a thrilling encounter can practically be guaranteed. And a warm welcome on what is an ideal night for football, you've got to say. My name is Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me in the commentary position is the former Arsenal and West Ham midfield player, Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from Champions League match day 1. It is Bayern Munich against Paris Saint-Germain.
Well, I'm looking forward to this one, Derek. It's so important that you get off to a good start. So let's hope both sides go for the win here and we get an exciting match.
Can they get in behind them? And so the starting 11 for Bayern. Manuel Neuer stands between the posts. Eric Dyer plays. Oh, could be a chance. And a goal! 1-0. And what a fast start they've made to this game. So PSG restart the game. Can they come up with the right answer? Nuno Mendes. Fabian. Pereira. Now with Hakimi. Perfect tackle. Using space on the opposite flank now. Joshua Kimmich. And Upamecano. Michael Olise. A really single-minded piece of defending to make sure nothing untoward happened. Kane. A foul, but advantage Bayern. And a chance to whip it in here. Given away by Bayern Munich. Pereira. It's a weighted pass. Vital intervention. PSG doing well to regain possession. The referee correctly decided to play advantage. Everyone wants to see officials let the play flow in that manner, but now the free kick has to be awarded. And goes for goal! And that's a really excellent free kick from that position.
Well, how unlucky was that? Just look at his technique. He strikes it so well.
Could be dangerous. Oh, but he's done brilliantly to cut it out. They might see the wide route as a fruitful one, PSG. But nothing comes of it. And PSG pushing forward with options available. In with a chance. It's gone in. A goal for PSG beyond the goalkeeper to square things up. Sané. Alphonso Davies. Very comfortable when in possession. Jamal Musiala. Davies. Sané. PSG recovering possession well. Dembele. there was impending danger, but good defending. Real chance. And defensive play to be applauded. Pereira. There's a living, breathing example of positional sense. Getting forward. Fabian has eyes for goal. Oh, tremendous goal! A long way out, but took it on. A memorable finish. Sané. And the ball with Alphonso Davies. And Bayern Munich now in potentially a dangerous position. Kimmich. Oh, attacking play. It just couldn't stay in front. And now this match is all square. Fabian. Belly on the ball. Fabian. And with that... And as the second half commences, both sides can reflect on a first half in which they were so very evenly matched. Minch. Vitor Pereira. Dembele on the ball. Kane. Olis. Konrad Leimer. Kane. Shot there by Marquinhos. Good tackle. It's not going to go down as the prettiest passing sequence we've ever seen. Considerable progress with the ball. So a throw in for PSG. Fabian. And possibilities here. Now after the foul, a chance to contemplate what is next, and perhaps a goal from this free kick. Away again, and they're being treated to plenty of goals. 3-2 at the moment. Konrad Leimer. Now Dyer. Upamecano. Michael Olise. And Kimmich. Showing patience as well as persistence in the build-up. Kimmich, and Kimmich couldn't keep it. Counter-attacking, very much an option. He's in here. And a goal! That's his brace. They just can't keep him quiet. Konrad Leimer. Now Dyer. Kimmich. Now with Upamecano. Michael Olise. Konrad Laimer. And space to cross it. Sané. Now showing excellent judgment to intercept. Bayern regaining possession here. Into the final 20 minutes. And Bayern moving the ball with purpose. Can they square the game? Looked like a certain goal, but that's a great challenge. Promising looking ball. Attack full of promise. Dembele. Vitor Pereira. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Incisive pass. Well, it looked like a decent avenue of attack, but he couldn't keep himself onside.
Well, he's just a bit too eager there. All well and good playing on the shoulder, but he just needs to bend his run to stay onside.
A chance here. Hakimi! That is a really disappointing effort. Goodness me.
On that occasion, just didn't make the right sort of contact. Should be testing the goalkeeper from that sort of range.
Dembele. And showing fine vision. Fabian. And here's Dembele. He got a good palm on it. Giving the ball away. Played into the box. Oh, that might have sealed it for them.
Well, he has to make the keeper work there. That's a bad miss.
Pivotal moment defensively.
Well, not long left now, but these Bayern fans are driving their team on to get this equaliser. I'm sure they get one more big chance before the end, but can they take it?
Pereira. Now with 5 minutes remaining and just one goal between them, still the prospect of late excitement in this match. Opportunity. Leading it through. Well, he had just gone beyond the last defender, Stuart.
Well, that's a real shame because the through ball is really well weighted, but he just took too long to play it.
Fantastic work to thwart the danger.
Well, as the stats tell us, PSG have dominated the ball in the last 15 minutes and are playing some great attacking football. They just need to get another, and that would surely wrap it up.
Well, just 1 minute of time added on for stoppages here. Hakimi. And here's Dembele. Oh, he wasn't necessarily favourite to win. So full time is in. This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. And good evening on what is a perfect night for football. The floodlights shining down on the players as we speak. My name is Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me in the commentary box, providing expert analysis, is Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It is Bayern Munich facing Real Madrid.
Well, I'm looking forward to this one, Derek. It's so important that you get off to a good start. So let's hope both sides go for the win here and we get an exciting match.
Leroy Sané. Bayern pushing forward with options available. What an intervention. Well, here is the Bayern side. Dayo Upamecano plays alongside Eric Dyer in central defence. And the main striker today is Harry Kane. And the starting 11 for Real Madrid. Thibaut Courtois begins in goal. Lucas Vazquez plays. And a goal right off the bat. No wonder they're jumping for joy. Eric Dyer. And Upamecano. On the ball with Alphonso Davies. Who can he pick out? Sané. Bayern have given it away. Mendy. Chouameni. Rudiger has it. Mbappe. Vinicius Junior. The importance of that tackle cannot be overstated. Jamal Musiala. Valverde. Mbappe with it. Vinicius Junior. Room to roam for the merengues here. Valverde. Is it going to be? Tremendous defending to stonewall him. Oh, you don't want to lose the ball in that position. Bellingham! Oh, a really crisp effort, but just wide. Kane. Textbook defending inside the box. Kylian Mbappe. Real in a good position out wide. The cross is on. Well, the attack fizzled out. Can't really be able to trouble them here. And a goal it is! But in all honesty, the keeper should have done much, much better. Mendy. Eder Militao. Mendy has it. Vinicius Junior. Eder Militao. Is with Vinicius Junior. Vinicius Junior. Here's Valverde. You can almost see their opponents racking their brains. How do we stop this? And options in the centre. Well, that's a fine-looking pass. Opportunity. Oh, a save right out of the top drawer. Super stop. He read the situation defensively and did his job. That's a good pass. Kane might mean business. Oh, we've just witnessed a special moment. Pure quality. Rudiger. It's with Vinicius Junior. Eder Militao. On the ball, Rudiger. Vinicius Junior. Rudiger has it. Federico Valverde. Far from a smooth challenge. Now, will the referee produce a card? And did just enough defensively. Corner for Real. Can they use it productively? Relatively straightforward to mop up defensively. What can Real do from this position? Could be dangerous. Oh, incredible save, and he snuffed out any sign of danger. And the challenge halts them in their tracks. Really good build-up, but no end product. Kane. Just wanted to get it out of there. Delightful pass. And that goes down as an effort that he's not going to be remembering fondly. And they do like to press whenever they can. Jamal Musiala. And so it is, the first half score. So the ball rolling again, second half underway. Will Real be able to up their game? Jude Bellingham. Aurelien Tchouameni. Here's Valverde. Lucas Vazquez. Federico Valverde. Well, trailing, but this looks promising. Mbappe! In it goes! And the second time of asking, and the keeper feels hung out to dry. Molis. Leiber on the ball. Promising move this from Bayern. Kimmich. And Upamecano. And in the right position to make sure it didn't go all the way through. Rodrigo. Lucas Vazquez. And now Rodrigo. Federico Valverde. Perfect challenge. And a chance to whip it in here. Must take the lead here. And they have. You've got to say, it has been coming. Eder Militao. On the ball, Rudiger. Federico Valverde. Mbappe. Real Madrid have given it away. Leiber. The attacking options appear plentiful. Spot on with that tackle. Oh, the referee has given it. Penalty it is. An opportunity to level matters. And the penalty is converted. A goal it is. And now he can exhale. Upamecano. Alphonso Davies. They are enjoying plenty of space here, Bayern. Chance to play it in. Decent position. Harry Kane. And pushed away to safety. Mendy.
Well, those stats tell you what a good game this has been. We've seen a lot of good attacking play, plenty of goal-mouth action, and all done at a high tempo. It's been very entertaining so far.
And he stopped them in their tracks. Good use of advantage by the referee in Bayern's favour. Racing forward, trying to catch them out. Tackling like that, the onus is on the referee to take action potentially. And into the last 20 minutes. An effective challenge. And just blotting out the danger. Mbappe. Promising looking ball. Short corner. Mbappe in the centre. Well, not the best clearance. And with that, the attack fizzles out. Chance maybe to use their counter-attacking ability to good effect. Then the move will end because it's offside. Close though. Lucas Vazquez. Now with Kimmich, Eric Dyer, Upamecano. Bayern late in the game, battling against the clock and the scoreline. Oh, danger here. Kimmich. Here's Kane. This could level it. Huge block. Now can they counter clinically? Can he finish them off? He's done it. What a climax to this game. Olise. He has teammates around him. The referee spotted the little nick on the way through, so a throw-in coming up. Musiala. The ball with Lucas Vazquez. Bellingham. This might be the perfect counter-attacking opportunity. Eric Dyer robbed of possession. Well, just 1 minute of time added on. You can't really tackle like that and expect to get away with it. Booking to come, you would think. So full time it is. The quest for success. The big showdown almost upon us. Hello and a warm welcome on what is a glorious night for football. Perfect playing conditions. I'm your match commentator Derek Ray, and ready to provide expert analysis alongside me is Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from Champions League match day 1. Stuart, what are your expectations for today?
Well, thanks, Derek. As always, when you're playing your first match, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety and tension. But these are two decent teams, so I'm expecting a really good game today.
And this is how the hosts will begin the game today. Jan Sommer is the goalkeeper. Denzel Dumfries starts with Federico Di Marco in the fullback positions. Henrik Mkhitaryan starts alongside Nicolo Barella in the centre of midfield. And leading the attack today, Lautaro Martinez plays alongside Marcus Thuram. And here's how Bayern will line up. Dayo Upamecano plays alongside Eric Dyer in central defence. And the responsibility of leading the line today goes to Harry Kane. Well, he was miles out, but still had the audacity to go for goal.
Yeah, as you said, a long way out, but what a good strike that was. He hit it so cleanly.
Read that pass all the way, cutting it out. And they continue to advance, and a lot of options here. But they took care of the situation defensively. Well, we can see what they're attempting, but it's just not coming off. Not the most confident clearance. That is a tackle and a half. Harry Kane! Well, the keeper has outdone himself. Wonderful save. Well, Lautaro Martinez revels in delighting the fans, and a fair chance he might do that in this game. What do you expect to see from him today?
Well, while he's a very good player, his biggest attribute is his shooting from set plays. He really does pose a threat with his free kicks.
Well, from so far out, it didn't appear to be the high percentage option. Close though, Stuart.
Well, he did have options, but that was a good effort in the end. He wasn't too far away, was he?
Well, there's a living, breathing example of positional sense. He's got to have a go here. Oh, yes! He's going to be proud of that moment. What purity of strike. Caught it absolutely perfectly. Upamecano. Lima on the ball. Elise. Kimmich. And options in the centre. Will it happen for them? Lima. Elise. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. An example of how to press. Elise. And space for Bayern in the wide position. Real chance. Oh, tremendous work from the keeper to avert the danger. Throw in then for Bayern.
Well, that looked like being the equaliser for Bayern, but they've been thwarted by a brilliant save. Mind you, you do sense a goal is coming.
And getting the ball forward. Oh, big chance! And pushed away to safety. And he read it superbly. Keeper covered a lot of ground to push that away from danger. Martinez. And the keeper making sure that was pushed well away from danger. And he's through here. the chance, and he was clean through as well. Thuram, strong but fair tackle. Sané. Kane. Must score! Well, not the easiest of saves, but you'd expect him to stop it. Bayern throw-in coming up.
Well, just look at those stats. Bayern are doing everything to get back into this game, but they need to take one of these chances.
And now they need to put in the effort to win the ball back. Ball lost by Bayern. Now what can they do from here? Ambitious effort. Oh dear. Well, that's not one that's going to linger long in the memory.
Well, he had a go there. Nothing wrong with that, but he's got that all wrong.
Might be able to get in behind the defence. Olise. Oh, a tremendous block. And that's gone out of play for what will be a goal kick. It's looking promising. A chance then for the respective manager. Got underway once more, and not enough went to plan for Bayern in the first half. Can they address what didn't go right? Alphonso Davies. Back with Sané. Now Dyer. Upamecano. Sané. Davies. Well, still searching for the equaliser, but not passing it anxiously. No longer has custody of it, Dyer. Oh, surely. A goal here for Bayern. Beyond the goalkeeper. Bayern on terms. Back underway. Level pegging. 1 goal apiece in this game. Barella. And it's with Dumfries. Çalhanoğlu. Barella has it. It's with Çalhanoğlu. Martinez. Barella. Dumfries. And quick thinking defensively. Read that brilliantly. Can they do something positive on the counter-attack? In with a chance. The fans want to see a shot. And a goal! Just like that, they're back in front. Eric Dyer. On the ball with Alphonso Davies. Dyer. Good use of advantage by the referee in Bayern's favour. Giving the ball away. Çalhanoğlu. Barella. And a throw coming up after that authoritative challenge. Mkhitaryan. The ball with Martinez. Could be threatening. And he could catch it. Well, it's great when you can rely on your keeper. That's a good-looking ball. This could be the equaliser. And thwarting his opponent in the nick of time. Effective challenge. Kane slips it through. My goodness, the importance of getting there was not lost on the keeper. Martinez. Is this the moment? That's really sound goalkeeping, not letting the opposition have any scraps. Well, we have 20 minutes left in this game. Now the quick counter-attack could be on. This looks more than decent. And a goal to level it up for Bayern. Mkhitaryan. The ball with Martinez. Di Marco. Barella. And it's with Dumfries. Henrik Mkhitaryan. Well, they have the ball once more. Joshua Kimmich. Kane. Very quick thinking there. Well, possibilities inside the box. Firing it in. And a goal this time. Applying the finishing touch. Just what the doctor ordered. Francesco Acerbi. Now with Mkhitaryan. Dumfries. Çalhanoğlu. Martinez. Di Marco. They get forward, but time is very much against them here. But a good piece of defending to bring it to an end. Konrad Laimer. Well, a chance for Bayern to use width to good effect. And cuts inside. Wonderful chance. In it goes to increase their advantage. And will that be the goal that ends up securing it for them? Mkhitaryan. And it's with Dumfries. Barella. And just 5 minutes remaining. Eric Dyer. On the ball with Alphonso Davies. Upamecano. Laimer on the ball. Michael Olise. Really fine piece of defending play to break it up. In terms of added time, a minimum of 1 minute. Well, that was a very respectable effort from such a long way out.
Well, he hits it cleanly, and it's a very good strike.
So full time it is, and the morale... Building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. A big night at a great venue, the Parc des Princes, here in the French capital, Paris. I'm Derek Ray, perched here on the commentary gantry, and sitting alongside me to provide expert analysis is Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from Champions League match day 1. It's Paris Saint-Germain up against Bayern Munich.
Well, thanks, Derek. As always, when you're playing your first match, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety and tension. But these are two decent teams, so I'm expecting a really good game today.
And here is the initial 11 for Paris Saint-Germain. Gianluigi Donnarumma stands between the posts. Nuno Mendes plays with Achraf Hakimi in the fullback positions. Vitor Pereira starts alongside Fabian in central midfield. And the lead striker is Ousmane Dembélé. Oh, fancy footwork. A cross there that was decidedly ordinary. Well, here is the Bayern side. Dayo Upamecano plays alongside Eric Dyer in central defence. And the responsibility of leading the line today goes to Harry Kane. Well, brilliant work to keep that one in play. And quick thinking defensively. And teammates around him. Looking cross, and putting paid to the danger. Well, they kept their shape defensively. Job done for now. Jamal Musiala. Delivering it into the box. In search of space. Be on for them. Fabian. Well, we can give them high marks for their passing, but can they make this pressure count? Jamal Musiala. Sané has it. And options in the centre. Davies. And hit with ferocity! And the keeper more than equal to the task. And the goal kick will be next. And a Bayern throw coming up. Good idea in terms of the shot, but not to be. Oh, nice ball over the top. And Bayern have the ball once more. Well, a real struggle for both sides on the possession front here. They might be able to capitalise in the wide position, Bayern. Opportunity to take the lead. Looked like a certain goal, but that's a great challenge. Body in the way. Musiala. Now Harry Kane. And Bayern couldn't hang on to the ball. And keeping it on the ground. Slightly off target, however. Kane. Well, let's see about the cross. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Dembélé. And he has options available. Takes on the shot. Oh, what an astonishing goal! Almost from a different postal code. That was as clean as a whistle. You cannot strike them any better than that. Upamecano. Lima on the ball. Eric Dyer. Now with Upamecano. Well, that's a fine-looking pass. Can he make it count? Given away by PSG. Kane. Trying to open them up. Well, the decision is offside, and he's bound to be a bit disappointed.
He's actually made his run before his teammate had control of the ball, and that's why it's offside.
Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. It's like that all day long.
Well, PSG are certainly having an off day here. Their lack of creativity is a real worry. I'm just not sure how they get back into this one.
And a foul in the opinion of the referee. Now, what can they do from this free kick situation? That's a good-looking shot. And he's fired it against the post. Fabian. Well, no way through. Well, they've given him too much space. Now he must favour the cross. Sané. And that is that for the first half here. Well, underway once again, and the onus is on PSG to turn this match on its head. Well, couldn't keep it. Fans are screaming, have a go. Still trailing, but they're upping the pressure. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Konrad Laimer. Options in the centre. Kane. Harry Kane! And a goal here for Bayern. It's going to be so difficult to thwart them now. Vitor Pereira. Here's Fabian. Pereira. Hakimi. Here's Marquinhos. Dembele. Vitor Pereira. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Well, the counter chance looks very real. Could be threatening. Dembele. It was on its way in. Fabian. And passing it through. Trying to chip it over the keeper. Oh, how about that for a chip? Savouring. Pure brilliance. Underway once more. This is far from being in the bag. PSG making sure of that. Alphonso Davies. Now with Upamecano. The ball with Alphonso Davies. Musiala. And Kane comes into the move. Good-looking attack, this. Well, they're keeping their opponents moving and guessing. That's a foul, and it will be a potentially dangerous free kick. Well, that's a good strike, and he might consider himself unlucky.
Yeah, great technique, but not quite the outcome he was hoping for there.
No foul, PSG advantage. And very deftly cut out. And playing it through. A goal for Bayern to extend their advantage. Vitor Pereira. Lima on the ball. Olise. Another good tackle. It's a neat move. Hakimi. Wasteful from Bayern. Oh, what an opportunity. There it is! A goal to reduce the arrears and give them hope that they can turn this round. Upamecano. Now with Kimmich. Olise. Now with Upamecano. "15 minutes left for play. Spraying passes around, almost waiting for the opposition to make a mistake. Kane. Well, that's how to put in a clean tackle. Well, he's certainly not alone. Hakimi. On to Fabian. Defensive Brazilians to shut them down. Bayern pushing forward with options available. A disappointing end to the move. Now breaking at pace. Potential danger.
Well, what a brilliant atmosphere we've got here. These PSG fans deserve an equaliser, that's for sure. They've made so much noise.
It will be a Paris Saint-Germain free kick. Well, the free kick taken, but saved easily by the keeper. Well, not long to go now. What can PSG pull out of the fire?
Yeah, it's been a performance of contrast, you have to say.
Oh, they could be in here, Stuart. Oh, is it going to be a red card? Well, real quality all around. How about that free kick? And how about the save? Joshua Kimmich with the corner. And knocked out of there. And the advantage is with PSG. In the game here, and they know what they've got to do. They've lost possession, Paris Saint-Germain. Olise. Now Dyer. Michael Olise. Lima on the ball. And Bayern finding space on the flank. Sané in the middle. And couldn't put it away, and it leaves the door. So full time it is. Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just... Hello and welcome to one of the most recognisable venues in world football, the Estadio Santiago Bernabeu here in Madrid. My name is Derek Ray and joining me for commentary is Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It's Real Madrid up against Bayern Munich.
Well, you can sense the anticipation around the ground today. Both these teams would love to get to the knockout stages, so it's always helpful to win your first game.
Musiala. And Harry Kane ready to bounce. And putting paid to the danger. And the starting players for Real Madrid. Thibaut Courtois is in goal. Antonio Rudiger plays alongside Eder Militao in central defence. Rodrigo plays with Vinicius Junior in the wide areas. And the main striker today is Kylian Mbappe. Oh, that's a really good run. And a strong glove on the ball from the keeper. It will be a Bayern corner. Well, still an issue here. Well, he was a long way from goal, but that didn't seem to bother him.
Well, he won't strike a football much better than that. That certainly had the keeper worried.
And Bayern able to win the ball back. Given away by Bayern Munich. That's effective pressure high up the pitch. Well, Bayern have it back now. Well, nothing comes of it. Referee indicates goal kick. Rodrigo. And I must say, a promising avenue of attack favoured by Leroy Sané. Plenty of support here. And a chance for the lead. Oh, disappointing. Just when it looked like a surefire opener.
Well, that should have been the opener, Derek. I'm not sure how he's missed that.
Trying to open up the defence. Well, not to be. He had moved into an illegal position.
Well, it's great that he wants to run in behind, but he has to get the timing right.
Oh, good vision. Well, for power, 10 out of 10. For placement, maybe 8. Bellingham. Mbappe in the centre. Well, no danger now. Kane. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Beautifully weighted ball. And he's clear as lines. Musiala. It's there for him. Wonderful block. Oh, he saved it well. Jude Bellingham. Well, it's Bayern's turn now. That's a good pass. Stopped a surefire goal. And this could represent an opportunity for Bayern to nudge in front. They've won the corner. Can he do it? Well, happy to try the bicycle kick special, but not really what he was looking for in the final analysis.
Well, he never really looked like making the right connection there. It's a poor effort in the end.
And nothing comes of that attack. impending danger, but good defending. Kane. A goal! The opening statement of the match. A richly deserved lead, and now they can celebrate. Lucas Vazquez. Rudiger has it. Eder Militao. Tchouaméni. Federico Valverde. Deserves credit for winning the ball back. Promising move this from Bayern. Options in the centre. Lima. They'll be breathing a sigh of relief. Ball one. Vinicius Junior. They were playing fluent football, but then the foul, and now you would anticipate a yellow card. Mendy. And a tidy ball. Great vision to switch the play. He has time to play it over. And effectively parried away by the keeper. Well, time just challenged magnificently. And flag raised, offside.
Well, that was always going to be offside. He just needed to hold on to the ball that little bit longer.
And the electronic board showing 1 additional minute. They've given it away. And the first half. So back in business, the ball moving again, and Real with a bit of work ahead of them. Vinicius Junior. And Valverde. And that's not what you want to be doing when you've already been booked. Rudiger. Here's Valverde. Rudiger has it. Real Madrid regaining possession. Well, it was a promising avenue of attack, but the momentum has been halted. You wouldn't be surprised to see the card handed out. The goalkeeper not offering any scraps that time. No mistake by the keeper. Well, he can thank his lucky stars. Got away with it.
Well, if you make a mistake, you have to rectify it, and that's exactly what he's done there.
Kane. Will it be Harry Kane? And pushed onto the woodwork.
Well, what a good save that was from Courtois. That certainly has given them a lifeline here, and boy, do they need it.
The tackle completely mistimed, and you would expect a booking under the circumstances. Given away by Real Madrid. It might be on for them. Now veering in field. And options in the centre. Teammate in support. Could be. What a save. And there it is. A goal. I must say, much to the annoyance of the keeper. Rudiger. Mendy has it. Vinicius Junior. And into the last 30 minutes now. Federico Valverde. Aurélien Tchouaméni. Valverde. And now Rodrigo. Lucas Vazquez. Tchouaméni. Jude Bellingham. And return to Rodrigo. Vazquez. On to Rodrigo. Really good piece of goalkeeping there. Upamecano. Lima on the ball. Upamecano. Counter-attacking chance. Crossing opportunity. Well, it's a very attractive passing sequence. Jamal Musiala. Opportunity! Oh, that's how to hit them. Not quite accurate enough, though. "20 minutes remaining. Vinicius. Chance to make a game of it here. And foiled only by the crossbar. Rodrigo. Showing patience as they look for a way back into this. He must finish! A goal! That's exactly what they needed! That should get them believing again. Back in action then, and Real can now entertain thoughts of perhaps pulling level. Leroy Sané. And Bayern Munich now in potentially a dangerous position. And a chance to whip it in here. Very effective pass. Sané. Must be. And he thwarted the attack with a masterful tackle. And he's fired over the corner. Oh, that's not a good clearance. This could spell trouble with the referee having already shown the yellow card. Real in a good position out wide. Will he play it in? Mendy. Now with Valverde. Mendy. Superb defensive judgment to end the attack. Could be a chance to break here. Well, they have to pay attention. Lima. Alphonso Davies. Every pass hitting its target. Could cross it in here. Sané. And in the right... He went in so dangerously with that tackle. Now, the referee is the man everyone's looking at.
Well, this game is far from over. They'll probably get one more big chance before the end. The crowd certainly think so. Just listen to that noise.
Might be able to set up the chance. Valverde. Well, the fans want to see a shot. It could be for Mbappe. Oh, a goal! An equaliser in the closing stages. So 1 minute of stoppage time. That's what the officials have said. Well, a goal at this late stage might end up being a winner. That's the hope in the Bayern camp. And there's the whistle. All